and other audience engagement tools so that you're a part of the conversation. We've made this so not only can you join, but your team can join with us also. So join as we bring you Live to Lead, a virtual event, and together, let's make the most of this year. Let's lead with intentionality.
Step into leadership. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever experienced something so wonderful that you just wish that you could involve more of your friends into that experience? Well, Live2Lead is a life changer when it comes to helping you and your team develop your leadership skills and better afford to help and add value to the people of your community. And what's exciting is, I know how good it is, and this year for the very first time we're going virtual. What does that mean? That means thousands of people who could not maybe attend the live event are now, through the comfort of their own home on their computer, going to be able to participate and have a ticket and be part of the Live2Lead conference. You do not want to miss this.
We're inviting you to learn from a few intentional people that I've invited to share the stage.
Steve Harvey, Kat Cole, Alan Mulally, Farida Bedway, Alfred Baku, Craig Grushel.
They will all be joining me, and let me tell you why I picked these people. This is not a time for an L2L, just to have just people who can speak well. We have to have leaders who model how to overcome adversity well and will help you throughout this incredible crisis. At our virtual event, there will be opportunities to participate in Q&A, live chat with other growth-minded leaders, engage in polls and other audience engagement tools so that you're a part of the conversation. We've made this so not only can you join, but your team can join with us also. So join me as we bring you Live to Lead, a virtual event, and together, let's make the most of this year. Let's lead with intentionality.
Step into leadership. People say, well, John, how did you get there? Never entered my mind that I would get here. Every day I just tried to add value to people.
But I never ever once thought, how do I get to a higher level? I cared, I leaned in, I listened.
Every single one of you has an opportunity to learn and grow. Everything's motion. Think about your movement through life. Sign up for life.
Can you keep showing up because you are pursuing something greater than your own self?
A good leader can help someone get better at their job, but a great leader can help someone get better at their life.
Even if you're a gatekeeper, that's your leadership. And wherever you are, I say that let your presence be felt and let your absence be noticed.
If we're going to follow you, it's because we believe that you can see a brighter future.
I don't promise you it will be easy, but I do promise you it will be worthwhile.
Hello. Good morning from Ghana. Those of you who are joining us from outside Ghana, my name is Samuel Ayim. And I am super excited this morning to join you from the Center for Transformational Leadership. We are grateful for your participation. We thank God that you are with us today to participate and enjoy and learn from Live2Lead. We are in the Ghana breakout session at this moment, and we hope that the over 300 people who have signed up this morning are able to connect with us. We pray that they don't have any internet challenges, that everybody is able to join us. We have sent you, the guidelines, and we hope that those of you who are connected, please help your friends who may be in challenge or difficulty to connect, because we are going to have a very excited time. We want to thank all of you and thank the Almighty God for His love, His care, and protection. We commit today to God that by His grace, we will be able to go through the day successfully, and people will learn and learn and learn. So thank you so much for being with us. Now, the Center for Transformational Leadership was set up about 3 years ago with the sole aim of training, preparing, and contributing to the leadership discussion in Ghana and in Africa. We know that one of the major challenges we have as a continent is good leadership, to be able to turn our enormous natural resources to the benefit of our people. And we believe that one of the missing links is leadership, and good leadership and proper leadership understanding. So we have been doing training for individuals, churches, companies, and groups, and we have been bringing you seminars and conferences like this so that we can all learn together and have better understanding of leadership. So I want to thank all of you for being with us. The Center for Transformational Leadership has been hosting Live2Lead for the past 4 years, and this year is no exception. But this year is very special because of the people we have, and as we have sent out, from now to 11, we are going to just have the Ghana breakout session, which is going to focus on speakers from Ghana. You have to know that there are over 300 breakout session host sites, we call them, across the world. And every one of them has a different time zone. And so at one point, we will all converge at Atlanta. And for us, our time will be at 1 o'clock. So we'll all converge there. But from now to 11, we'll be together with you. And we'll have a break from 11, where we hope that all of us will get something to eat and come back at 1 p.m. to join the international session. So we want to thank you. This morning, we have a very important speaker who is going to share her life with us. But before then, we want to thank Goldfields Ghana Limited, the company that has been supporting us and giving us the booster for the last 3 years to contribute to the leadership discourse and training and development of our people. And they have been gracious to us. By the help of Goldfields, we can announce today that at least over 100 university students are participating at this point in Live2Lead. We have at least 2 senior high school Accra girls and Hope Academy, where at this moment the students are all gathered and they are following us live. At Hope Academy, they have over 100 students at this point. And Accra girls, we don't have the numbers yet, but they're going to have about 5 groups because of COVID to follow Live2Lead. We want to thank Goldfields Ghana very much. And therefore, without much ado at this point, we are going to invite the CEO of Goldfields West Africa, the Executive Vice President of Goldfields West Africa, who is going to give us the opening statement and share with us what Goldfields has been doing, and particularly how they've been developing leaders. And we know that this is because they believe in the future of Africa. Mr. Alfred Baku has been the CEO and Executive Vice President for several years and brought enormous transformation into Goldfields, West Africa, and he has supported and trained his people. He believes in people development, and he believes that the future of Africa is in the hands of our youth, and that is why they are committed to join with CTL Africa to be able to bring Live2Lead and other development of our young people to all of us. So at this point, I'm going to invite Mr. Alfred Baku to share with us what Goldfields has been doing in his opening address. Thank you very much, and I hope everybody is online and connected. Alfred, you are welcome.
Thank you, Samuel, for the introduction, and good morning to everyone on the call. And Goldfields, we are excited to be part of this journey. And I must commend the organizers for being able to still organize this conference this year on the back of the pandemic that has hit the entire world. So well done to the committee. I will say a bit of a history or briefly what Goldfields is all about. I'm going to do this because at times people confuse Goldfields with Anglo Gold. I quite remember some years back when Goldfields, we supported the Ghana Black Stars to help them to go to the first World Cup in 2006. Some of our media were actually confusing Goldfields with Anglo Gold. So Goldfields is a global company, and we have our corporate office in South Africa. We have operations across 4 different regions. We have operations in Australia, we have operations in West Africa, which is our region. We have operations in South America and then South Africa. So Goldfields, in terms of our size, we are about number 7 in the world. So the West Africa region, which is my region, is supporting this program at the moment. But in terms of our region, we are quite important to the group because we contribute about 35 to 37% of our production. So it's quite an important region. In terms of Goldfields West Africa and Goldfields at large, we are committed to training and developing our employees and also the young and then the youth within our host communities. That is something we are quite passionate about because we believe that your productivity, your efficiency can only go in the positive direction if you develop your people. And that is something that we've been doing over the years. So over the last 6 years, we have invested in excess of $14 million in various competencies to actually develop our employees. We have, as a company, a dedicated learning and development function, which is responsible for actually ensuring that we have our people with the highest competency to be able to deliver our strategic objectives. Through our Goldfields Ghana Foundation, we have more than 2,000 students from within our host communities that have received scholarships and bursaries to pursue various degrees in the public and then also the private universities across the country. And some of these students, I'm pleased to say, that are now doctors. Some of them are nurses. We have lawyers, we have engineers, we have entrepreneurs, and what have you. And we are proud about that. So in 2018, we initiated what we call the graduate trainee program to build the talent pipeline and pool for our business, and also to actually make these youth within our host communities actually available for job employment within the country. So we have spent about $500,000 US dollars for the first batch of 48 trainees. GoFos, we believe that people actually drive the business, and that is something why we actually joined this CTL. And let me tell you something that you are all not aware. The reason why, when this proposal came to my desk, I approved it is the word transformational leadership. Transformational leadership. When you talk about transformational leadership, that is what has actually underpinned our region to be so successful and our company to be where we are. I've been the head of this region for the past 6 years, and transformational leadership is something that we, GoFos, we have used extensively to actually turn the fortunes of our region. If CTL, okay, were to come to us when I took over for support like this, I don't think we will have been able to support this journey, because when I took over, things were quite tough and difficult for us. So through transformational leadership, we have been able to turn things around, and GoFos West Africa region is doing so well. So I'm sure you have speakers that are going to talk more about this transformational leadership, but that is the only way we can actually turn things around. And I would like to wish all the participants and all the speakers the very best, and all the best with this conference. Thank you very much, and have a good morning.
Thank you, Alfred. That was amazing, and great story there of how to support people, how to build organizations, and how to train our future leaders. We want to thank you so much, Alfred, and thank Goldfields. And our prayer is that going forward, we are going to be able to do greater things. At the Center for Transformational Leadership, we're coming up with a program we call the Young Leaders Learning Lab, and we're going to launch that sometime next year. And the aim is to be able to develop and grow 1 million young leaders with proper understanding of leadership, of self, of management, of the personal leadership skills, so that they will be prepared for the leadership of our continent. And we are very hopeful that we'll get Goldfields and possibly other organizations to partner with us to do this. Now, this morning, we are very blessed. We are now going to move into the session where we are going to have our guest speaker. We have announced our guest speaker already. Our guest speaker is Farida Nana-Efua Bedwe, and she's a special person. She was born with cerebral palsy, but Farida never allowed her disability to hold her down. She has struggled and overcome her disability and gone through life all the way to become world acclaimed, internationally recognized software engineer. Now, we in Africa, sometimes when we are blessed with children with disabilities, we have different ideas, and Farida will share some of their thoughts with us. In the olden days, they would even have either thrown the child away or said it's a river child or it's something child or some grandma in the village or whatever is the cause of the situation. But Farida has demonstrated that no matter the situation, you'll be able to overcome. She went to school, finished university, at one point had to go on her own, stay 1 year outside the country and be able to acquire her training. She's continued to develop herself until she became a software engineer. She's worked in the corporate world and transitioned to become an entrepreneur, partner with another person and set up a company which develops software for financial services, microfinance institutions across Africa. And she's received several awards. And, you know, when we think about in the challenges of leadership in Africa and the story that will illustrate the challenges and how to overcome the challenges, we could find no better person than Farida, because her life story is so powerful and it demonstrates to each one of us, especially those of us who call ourselves able, to see that, look, being disabled physically is not a problem. Africa, the challenges of Africa is not that God has not blessed us with so many things. God has blessed us. The challenge is only in our minds. And that is what the story of Farida demonstrates. Farida is going to speak to us, but she prefers to do it in a conversational way. And so we're encouraging you all to join this conversation. And here to lead the conversation with us is a John C. Maxwell executive coach. She is executive director of the John Maxwell team. She is certified Marshall Goldsmith executive coach. Sarah Jessie Appiah has worked for the United Nations for over 30 years, now retired and supporting the growth of leadership across the world. She is also certified value-based transformational leadership coach and has been working with the Center for Transformational Leadership for the last couple of years to be able to bring development of leaders to Africa. She's a partner at the Center for Transformational Leadership, and more important, she is partnering with me because the hosting of Live2Lead has to be done by John Maxwell coaches, and the two of us partners and pay for the rights to be able to bring leadership, Live2Lead leadership to all of us here. So Sarah Jessie Appiah is going to lead Farida in the discussion of the theme that we have chosen for our host side, which is the challenges of leadership in African transformation, and therefore the story of Farida. So Sarah, you are very welcome. Farida, you are very welcome. And the audience is yours. Take us away. God bless you. We are excited to share your life story, Farida. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for this wonderful introduction. And I just want to say welcome to our audience today. And I also want to give a special welcome to Farida. Farida, we are so honored that you accepted our invitation. And thank you. Okay, so I'll just like to give a little bit of housekeeping. On the right-hand side for everyone, you will have a place to put in your comments and also put in your questions. After I've spoken to Farida for about 30 to 45 minutes, I think I'll do 30 minutes, we will have a chance to interact with Farida. So for your questions, you can post it on the right-hand side. So once again, Farida, welcome. And to start us off, I know that you were born in Lagos, right? Okay, you were born in Lagos and you came over to Ghana after about 9 years because you traveled to the Caribbean, also lived there for a number of years before coming to Ghana. But I just want to find out, Ghana jollof and Nigerian jollof, which one is nice?
No question about it.
All right. With that, Farida, I just wanted to find out from you, since you were born with cerebral palsy. At the age of 1, that was when it was discovered. Would you kindly walk us through, just give us a brief version of your life until you manage this? Especially, how did your mom bring you up living with this condition?
So it's been a long journey, and it's still ongoing, because when you have a condition like this, it never ends. I mean, every day you discover something new about yourself and your body. And people always say, in fact, sometimes I have overcome it, and I always laugh when they say that, because as I'm still living with it, I'm managing it the best way I can, but you never really overcome that condition. What you do is you manage to overcome the limitations that the condition puts on you. Some you may overcome, some you may not. So I was born in Lagos, Nigeria, and at the age of 2 days, I had a blocked intestine, so I had to be operated on, and that led to me being put in an incubator for the first 6 weeks of my life. During that period, I also became jaundice, but because I was in the incubator, it could not be treated early. So the brain got damaged as a result of the jaundice. And it wasn't detected until I was 1, when my mom realized I was not meeting the normal developmental milestones. So she took me to the UK for a brain scan, and they said I had cerebral palsy. And at that time, the various options that were available for parents and children with that condition was to put the child in a home. But thankfully, my mother did not do that. She rather decided to look at. So basically, the doctor told her that the part that affects the motor movement of the child is damaged, but their intelligence was not affected. So if she can train the intelligence on the part that was not affected, maybe I would have a semblance of a productive life. So that's what she decided to do. So growing up, I lived in all over the world, but mainly in the Caribbean. I grew up in the Commonwealth of Dominica, Commonwealth of Grenada. My father used to work with the UNDP and Commonwealth Secretariat, so that's why we ended up in those islands. And those places were developing islands, so to speak. I mean, Ghana is far more advanced than they are, so obviously they did not have the facility to school or care for children with mild disability. In fact, there was only one physiotherapist on the island in Dominica, and she hadn't really dealt with children of mild condition, the mainly stroke patients and other more common ailments that cause disability that she was dealing with. So we had to go to America every 3 months for checkup or reviews, so that the physiotherapist there will show my mother the exercises to do. Then we'll come back to the island. She'll do them with me. Then once a week, I'll go to the professional physiotherapist, and she would also do those exercises which my mother had taught her to do with me. So I did. So after that, when I was 3 or 4, my mother decided to try and teach me how to read. I mean, at the time, she had no expectations. She did not know how far I would go. So she decided to try and teach me how to read, and according to her, I picked it up very quickly. And she realized that, I mean, once the child can read, then the possibilities are endless. So so with that in mind, she decided to subscribe to a correspondence course and start homeschooling me. So I was homeschooled by her till I was 12 years old. When by then we had come to Ghana, and she was like, "Okay, now it's time for you to go to a regular school and learn to interact with children your age group and make your own friends." So that was the main reason why I was sent to school, to make friends, not to become any academic whiz or anything like that. But I found, because I had a good foundation, I found the curriculum very easy, and I aced almost all the first term papers. I mean, I remember getting 100% in almost all the subjects, and everybody was shocked. So that was when I realized, and the people around me realized that I could also compete equitably among my peers.
Awesome. That is great. So if we have you here today, Farida, it's because of the foundation and the leadership that you got from your mom. Your mom was really a leader who had a vision for you and really homeschooled you to be able to overcome already this disability in the way that you started learning. Beautiful. So what I just want to address mothers or parents over here, that we have a great role to play in the lives of our children. Leadership starts at home, and Farida's mother really demonstrate this. And Mom, if you're over there, we say a big thank you to you. Now let's move on to maybe some of the challenges that you may have faced, because we have this idea that when you are disabled, you cannot do anything. So what are some of the challenges, or I will rather say, what kept you motivated to be able to move on with your life every day with this condition? What kept you motivated, Farida?
Well, for me, I always say that I don't see myself as there being anything wrong with me. I mean, this is all I know. I mean, I don't have anything else to compare to. And I always say that if I was to have a disability, I'm happy that I had it from birth, because I don't know any other life. And I mean, that is the best way to go, because you cannot miss what you don't know. So, with what keeps me motivated, I've always been a very competitive person. I mean, I remember growing up, I used to want to compete with my older sister, and everything that she did, I wanted to do and do it better. Obviously, there were limitations to what I could do, but I was so competitive that I used to. So I was. It took a long time for me to be able to walk to the walking aid. So, but I could crawl. So we used to have crawling competitions, and because I spent all my time crawling, I used to beat her at the crawling competitions. So that is just the kind of person I am. I'm very competitive. I thrive on challenges. Things that are easy for me, it takes a long time for me to do, because I'm not challenged by them. Things that are difficult for me, I can do them within the shortest possible time. So it's just my personality, and I lead myself. I mean, that is the most important thing. I know what I want to do, and I find a way of doing it. Especially when somebody tries to say that, oh, you can't do that. That is when I go out of my way to prove the person wrong.
Wow. What a positive attitude. Thank you for sharing this with us, Farida. So from this, what do you think we as a society, what are some of the common myths that you would like us to debunk from your experience?
Well, the first one is the poor old lady in the village who has absolutely no idea about the disability that your child has or whatever, who's being blamed for causing that child disability. I mean, guys, please, it's a medical condition. But whatever your spiritual beliefs are, I respect them. By the end of the day, do go through the medical process. If you want to pray, but please let's pray to God to give you the answers medically. Stop worrying about some old lady who had absolutely nothing to do with what they are going through. Secondly, I like to categorically state that there are physical disability and there are mental disabilities. Just because somebody is physically disabled, it doesn't mean that the person is mentally disabled. So please let's learn to differentiate and stop assuming that just because the person talks in a funny way or walks in a funny way, the person is not mentally disabled.
Okay, thank you for that. So, being disabled is not being mentally challenged. That is the great lesson that we are taking from here. Now, if we move quickly to your career, you are a software engineer. How did you develop this love for computers and led you to this beautiful profession of being a software engineer?
So I started using computers at a very early age because my disability affected my ability to write legibly. Although I had to learn how to write to an extent so that I could go through mainstream school. I never really got it that easy. So computers became an option for me. So at the age of 7, 8, I was already using the computer to type letters and do schoolwork and all. And I remember at that time there was a small programming language at the time called GW Basic, and it was on the computer. So I started playing around with it. Now, just before I entered mainstream school at the age of 12, I think I was 11 at the time, I went to learn introduction to computers and then Lotus 1, 2, 3, Word Perfect. I don't know how many of our audience is old enough to remember that software, those software. But back in the 90s, those were the software that were being used widely. I went to learn that course. Then after that, I went to junior high school. After completing junior high school, I chose one of the best schools in Ghana. I got the grade for it. I mean, I blew my BC. But because of the disability unfriendly terrains of the schools in Ghana back then, which are still the same today, I could not go to secondary school. So I went to do a diploma in IT. After that, the diploma in IT exposed me to the various sections of computing. So we did hardware, we did networking, we did databases, we did software engineering. So I loved the programming aspect because it allowed me to be creative. And it allowed me to be creative in a way where the playing field was leveled, because I mean I have always been a creative person. I loved the idea of drawing and painting and all, but because of the movement of my hand, I could not draw anything to save my life. So yeah. So with the computer, it didn't really matter whether your hand shook or not. As long as you can type, you can prepare the keys, you are able to produce what needed to be produced. So I worked at a computer training institute for 1 year with my own computer while I was doing my hard diploma then. But then I decided which area I wanted to specialize in. So I decided to go and look for a job in a company that was producing software at the time, because I reckoned that if I want to be successful in this field, the best way to be successful is to learn on the job. So I remember at the time that was 1998. We had just had the first power crisis, and they were doing load shedding. So I walked into the office of a company called Soft, and I wanted to see the head of the technical department. And they told me to come in the evening because of the load shedding, there was nobody in the office. So I went and I came back in the evening. And I remember, I don't know where I got the courage from, but I asked him for a job. I told him that, look, I have no experience, but then if you give me the opportunity, I promise you that you never regret it. And he said, okay, so come on board. So that is how I got my first job as a software engineer. Now, one thing that I like to say is that we often miss out on chances because we're afraid of rejection. But when you realize that rejection doesn't kill you, it rather make you realize that you're not ready for this opportunity. So you have to go back, regroup, and come back and try again. If I hadn't taken that chance, who knows what would have happened, or the way my life would have gone. But I reckon that I have nothing to lose by asking for the job. If you said no, never killed anybody. So I worked there for 3 years, and I built their best-selling software, payroll software that at the time was being used by most of the companies in the Ghana Club 100 at the time. After that, I got bored, and as I said earlier, challenges are what spur me on. So when I'm bored with something, I have to move on to something else, especially when I could not find what was exciting within the organization that I am. So I then joined a startup called Breakout Solutions. They just started the company. I was actually their third employee, and their first programmer, apart from the two founders, Kofi Dazi and Nahi Biliti. So I started with them. I worked with them for a total of 9 years, although I took a year off to go to the university in the UK to get a degree, and came back after a year. Then I got bored again after 9 years. So I decided to move into a totally new industry because Breakout was doing mobile value-added services and an application for the telecommunication industry. And after 5 or 6 years of that, I was bored. So a friend of mine was setting up a financial institution, and he invited me to come and help him run the IT department. So I thought that, okay, this is a totally new area. Hopefully, it will not bore me. So and it was, I mean, financial services was now coming into the limelight. So I joined them, and I saw the software they were using was very efficient. So I decided to build one for them, and they became very efficient, and they were able to open so many branches within a short time because suddenly their operations were centralized, it was well managed. You could sit at home and see what all the branches were doing. Then other microfinance companies wanted the software. So the founder of the company, Derek Denchi, he saw a business opportunity, and he said that, Farida, let's leave this and set up a company of our own. I was very resistant, honestly, because I have never wanted to work for myself. I've always wanted to work for somebody and let somebody else worry about paying me. I didn't want to be worried about paying other people and scratching your head when the end of the month is due and all that. So, but I always say that he dragged me in kicking and screaming. But it was a good opportunity, which I'm always grateful to have such a visionary partner with. And I always say that, look, in Africa we are too good, because if we did more of these partnerships, businesses would last longer, and 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 things would be better for various companies, because we all have our strengths and our weaknesses, and that is why partnerships are important, so that we can bring them together.
Wow. Farida, there are so much leadership lessons that whilst I give you a little time to take your breath, I'll just pull out these leadership lessons for our audience. And audience, I would like you to put your comments in the chat box about what Sharida is sharing, which are so powerful. First of all, I love the fact that you said rejection doesn't kill anyone. You go back, you relearn, and then you come back when you are looking for your first job. And if I recollect, your first job, you had your first job at the age of 18, right? Yeah. Yes, at the age of 18, you had the guts to go and ask for a job when there was no advertisement in the newspapers or whatever. So that was great. And one thing that I kept hearing you say is that you got bored. This is what actually John Maxwell, our mentor, says, that we all get to a time that we hit our leadership lid, and we have to reinvent ourselves and move to the next level. And this is exactly what we saw you doing, getting bored in other previous jobs and then moving on. You have that challenge spirit also in you because you hit the leadership lid. One other thing that I would like all of us to maybe note as leaders is that that's the question for all of us, how do we as leaders keep our staff motivated and also create space for them to develop and raise their leadership leads? So that is a question for us as leaders that we need to be looking at when we are developing other leaders under our responsibility. That is beautiful, Sharida. And I hope you are okay for us to move on to the next point that I want us to discuss. Shall we? Okay, great. Before that also, just pointing out what you said about partnerships in business, that what we all do is that we don't just focus on what the strengths that we have. We have to partner with other people who have skills or competences that we do not possess. And I love that very much, because that is exactly what a transformational value-based leader does. Having that self-confidence to know that you have weaknesses, but then your strengths is what will propel the mission or the vision of the business that you're running. So that is really great. We have to note our strengths and then get people who complement us. So let's talk a little bit about this. You have other businesses in Africa, or you have other branches in Africa. How is this partnership with other African leaders or African, I will say, business sector? How is that working out for you?
We actually do not have other branches in Africa. Our system is a cloud-based system, so you can be in Ghana and sell to any company worldwide. So yeah, but we have tried to partner with various individuals and businesses in the past. Some haven't been very successful, because one thing that I say about partnership too is you have to get a partner who lives, who understands what your vision is, who understands where you want to take the company, and is willing to to make the sacrifices that need to be made to go the long haul. Because most people, especially in this part of the world, they are looking for short-term return on investment. And when you are building a global business or you're building a business that is going to stay for a long time, there's nothing like a short-term return on investment. Because whatever you get, you're investing back into the business to make it stable.
Wonderful. Great. So from your experience being a leader, how do you think this idea of partnership that our African leaders could use in even moving the continent forward? Speak into that a little bit for us.
I mean, I always say that look, we have no reason to be where we are as a continent. I mean, just lack of vision and pure and simple laziness on our part, because we have all the resources, we have all we have a good workforce, because I mean we are very a majority of our population is under the age of 35. So what excuse do we have? But it is all a matter of greed and lack of vision as far as I'm concerned. Because I always say that look, there are 54 or is it 55? I've forgotten how many countries since the Sudan broke up into 2 countries. I think you have 55 countries in Africa now. Yeah, but and I mean, even if the Western world will not trade with us, or they have sanctions against that because of one or two things, we can trade amongst ourselves. But it's more difficult to go from here to even what do you call it, Benin, than it is to go from here to London. And why? I mean, we have put so many barriers in our way that don't need to be there. It's more difficult to trade with somebody next door to us than it is to trade with our colonial masters. So we have to remove those barriers and see how we can do stuff together. Very important.
Okay, great. Thank you, Farida. Farida, I know that you also have a lot of advocacy work that you are doing, right? Could you give us a brief overview of what you are doing when it comes to advocacy and in your line of work? Give us a brief overview for us.
So I'm part of an organization called Shaka. Shaka is an organization of people with autoimmune and neurological conditions. And we have a rehab center where we treat children with cerebral palsy and other neurological conditions for free. And it used to be in the Osu Alata area in Accra, and we had to close it down due to lack of funding. And yeah, so that is one thing that we do. We also do a lot of advocacy and raise awareness on neurological conditions and autoimmune conditions. Secondly, I've written 2 books. One is called Definition of a Miracle, which is about it's not a biography, but I fictionalized some of my experiences that I had when I came to Ghana. Then 2 years ago, I came up with a comic called Cancer, which features the first superheroine with cerebral palsy. After the success of Black Panther, I decided that why can't those of us with cerebral palsy also have our own superhero? I mean, it's not fair that we don't have ours. For me, I always say that if there's something that is not available, instead of complaining about it, if I'm capable of creating it, I do it. So that is how I did come there. Thirdly, I just started a show called Mystifying Stability, which is on social media, where I interview other people with people with disabilities to raise awareness for disability.
Wow. My God, Farida, I am so inspired by you. I don't know where you find the time to do all this, but my, writing books, doing charitable, running charitable organizations, really working your company, and wow, you blow my mind. So here we are. If somebody doesn't do anything for you and you can do it, you do it yourself. And I really love the fact that you are really spreading your influence because, as John says, leadership is influence. So here you are writing, using comics, doing charitable works to really spread your influence. Areas that you cannot go, you are using your literature to reach these people. This is excellent. Well done. Okay, I just want to backtrack a little bit to your business. Could you tell us, because so far all that we are talking about are successes, and we know that in life everything is not smooth sailing. What is one what is one challenge that you have faced in your life that really, really, maybe let's say knocked you down?
So as a cloud-based service provider, we host our business servers outside Ghana, and there was this company which we were hosting with who had their servers in Germany. And obviously, we expect things to be done correctly because they are in the so-called developed world. But then one day, they accidentally formatted our server, which contained our client's data, as well as the backup server as well. So we lost the data for like 100 clients. And I mean, it was one of the most devastating experiences that we have had as a company. And it was very difficult to tell the clients that, but something that we had to do. And we learned from it. That's the most important thing. So right now, we have local backup. We have backup in like 5 or 6 different places. And the clients also learned from it. Honestly, we thought our business was over. But we only lost 10 out of the 100 or so who were affected. And I think apart from that, because we were transparent with them, we were honest with them, we didn't try and hide what happened. And that is very important because I mean, when things like this happen, people try and then put it up and say that, oh, it wasn't our fault or whatever. Although technically it wasn't our fault. We were responsible because we chose to host that company. So accept the blame, take the passion, and try and shoot the nerves as much as possible, and pray to your God that you find a way to go through.
Awesome. Okay, so right now, what I would like to do, Farida, is to interact on these points that you have shared with us, with the audience. So let's do that for about 5 minutes. Audience, I want to hear your participation. As a transformational value-based leader, what Farida is saying is the fact that you have to be true to your values. When there is a problem, you have just to be honest, use the value of honesty, the value of transparency, and be very, very customer-centric. What are your thoughts? I would like to see a few of your comments in here. Johannes is saying, insightful experience. Thank you, Johannes, for your comments. Jill is saying, Paul Martinelli talks about partnering up. So in partnership, yes, we partner up. We do not partner down. Awesome insights. And I have Nana and Sakwal saying, very amazing, a textbook case of pace of moving on because challenges will come in spite of. Right. Jill, Farida is so impressive. I have been scared to fail in even one business, and she showed such an entrepreneurial spirit. Thank you, Jill. Thank you so much. Jill is joining us from Luxembourg. Thank you, Jill. Yes, let's see your comments come in, please. Okay, Jill continues to say, Simon Anholt, who coined the term nation branding, talks about collaboration being the fourth age of humans. We need to move away from competition. Certainly, great. Collaboration is the new norm of partnering, and competition does not work. Let's partner together. Audience, let me hear from you. Kinsley, thank you for leading, Farida. You are a bundle of inspiration. Wonderful. Any more comments? Let it keep on flowing. And students, I have you out there. Let's hear from you, students. Okay, keep your comments coming. Kinsley, I heard you speak lots about your mom. Can you please speak about the role of fathers in helping with children with disability? That is an excellent question. That is excellent. So as soon as we have Farida back, while she takes a little break, we will pose this question to her. Any more questions? Please keep it flowing.
Step into leadership. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever experienced something so wonderful that you just wish that you could involve more of your friends into that experience? Well, Live2Lead is a life changer when it comes to helping you and your team develop your leadership skills and better afford to help and add value to the people of your community. And what's exciting is, I know how good it is, and this year for the very first time we're going virtual. What does that mean? That means thousands of people who could not maybe attend the live event are now, through the comfort of their own home on their computer, going to be able to participate and have a ticket and be part of the Live2Lead conference. You do not want to miss this.
We're inviting you to learn from a few intentional people that I've invited to share the stage.
Steve Harvey, Kat Cole, Alan Mulally, Farida Bedway, Alfred Baku, Craig Groeschel.
They will all be joining me, and let me tell you why I picked these people. This is not a time for an L2L just to have just people who can speak well. We have to have leaders who model how to overcome adversity well and will help you throughout this incredible crisis. At our virtual event, there will be opportunities to participate in Q&A, live chat with other growth-minded leaders, engage in polls and other audience engagement tools so that you are part of the conversation. We've made this so not only can you join, but your team could join with us also. So join me as we bring you Live2Lead, a virtual event, and together, let's make the most of this year. Let's lead with intentionality.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Sam, can I have Nana on the call, please? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you, Farida. We're going to get Farida back shortly. She needs to take a short break. In fact, she's done very well. Most of us who call ourselves abled bodies may not even be able to stand the strength and the stress that
Step into leadership. Step into leadership.
People say, well, John, how did you get there? Never entered my mind that I would get here. Every day I just tried to add value to people.
But I never ever once thought, how do I get to a higher level? I cared, I leaned in, I listened.
Every single one of you has an opportunity to learn and grow. Everything's motion. Think about your movement through life. Sign up for life.
Can you keep showing up because you are pursuing something greater than your own self?
A good leader can help someone get better at their job, but a great leader can help someone get better at their life.
Even if you're a gatekeeper, that's your leadership. And wherever you are, I say that let your presence be felt and let your absence be noticed.
If we're going to follow you, it's because we believe that you can see a brighter future.
I don't promise you it will be easy, but I do promise you it will be worthwhile.
Is he away?
Step into leadership.
People say, well, John, how did you get there? Never entered my mind that I would get here. Every day I just tried to add value to people.
But I never.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you, Farida. We are grateful for the great lessons. One of the lessons I picked is forget that old woman in the village who knows nothing about your disability. We think when we have challenges that somebody must be causing it. And Farida's story tells us that, those conspiracy theories don't work. It is in your mind. And she talks about mental disability and physical disability. The biggest one is the mental disability, which a lot of us have, although we may be physically looking able. All right. So I don't know if Nana Nsakwa is with us on the line. Nana, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Oh, thank you very, very much. I think we've been hearing some amazing story. What is your take? What comes to mind as you listen to the story of Farida and as we think about ourselves as Africans and the challenge of our growth and development?
Well, I passed a comment that I think Farida's life. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are tuned in, listening and watching to this very, very amazing, insightful, and very experienced speech that we had this morning. I posted a comment that Farida's life story is literally a textbook case of perseverance, because challenges will come and you have to move forward in spite of. But I was making a few notes and comparing Farida's life to what African leaders may want to pick from it. As simple as it may sound, it's very, very, very important. One thing she said was that
I think Nana's internet may be failing him. Hello?
Hello?
Sorry. Okay. Nana, your internet broke up a bit.
Yes.
So we lost you about 30, 40 seconds.
Sure. Let me go back and say that I was comparing some of Farida's life challenges, what we should pick up as African leaders. And one thing she said was that she didn't know any different. This is how she's grown up, and so she doesn't miss any other life. Now, Kwame Nkrumah at the first AU summit was telling the African leaders, and he was literally begging them that they should unite quickly before they enjoy the trappings of power. Why do I make this comparison? You see, if you are in a situation, assuming Farida did not accept her situation and definitely had wanted to be like her sister, by now we won't be interviewing her because she would have been a failure. So, what African leaders should accept our situation where we are and stop trying to live or imitate as though they were Western leaders. They have their lifestyle, we have our lifestyle, and for what we have, we should, accept it and develop within our context. Again, it goes to her winning her crawling competition. That's her area. So she was best at crawling competition. Maybe her sister could run, no problem. She didn't have a problem. But if you finish running and you come and we are crawling, I will win. Again, as a leader, you find where your strengths are. If you take Africa, if we are good in agrarian economy where agriculture would benefit us more, maybe that's where we put our strength in. And then if anybody comes with regards to agriculture, we can beat them. We may not necessarily have to go to the moon. So you can beat us to go to the moon. But when you come back from the moon, we will beat you in agriculture. And Farida tells us that, life is not easy. So many challenges will be thrown at you at different times. So number one, she had to go to school just to make friends. She realized, look, I can do more than making friends. She goes through, pass her exam and realize there are not even disabled facilities in the secondary school, so she can't get to secondary school. Another challenge. So what does she do? Do her diploma. Finishes. You realize that the work industry is not equipped for people in their condition. She moves. So at every given time, whatever challenge is thrown at us, you don't fold your arms and say, that's it, I'm waiting for donors. That's it, I'm waiting for donors. If this is what you have, you make the best of it. And I think it's so fantastic. But before I end, one thing which we should all also walk away with is that in spite of, she's still doing advocacy, helping and educating people to understand that MS is with you and this is how you live with it. Because the average African, probably the average Ghanaian today, is growing up with no sense of giving, apart from church. Unless church on Sunday or some, all night, as for that we give. But as soon as we leave church, Tamale is flooded. There are people begging for homes. We haven't heard it. Mali will be in a crisis. We'll sit down for the Western world to come because we are growing up to be so selfish. Not evil, just that we haven't developed that knowledge that whatever, even if it's a piece of bread, slice into half and give the other half out. And so if Farida in her condition still finds time to go to soup to go and help, then what was you and I doing? Because no man is an island, no country is an island. I mean, anybody at one point in time will need somebody to reach out for. So if we are all growing up with the sense that everything I get is for me, everything I get is for me. If my brother is in trouble, somebody should come from France or UK to come and help, then we are missing the point. So, her life is a textbook case of how leadership should be. And I tell you that it's so time bound because at every given time, something will happen and your leadership style would have to change. It can't be from 1 to Z, the same leadership style. And I think it's amazing.
Thank you, Nana. All right, thank you so much. We'll get back to Nana again at the right time, but we are picking out the lessons from Farida's story, and I know Farida is back, so we're going to get Farida, and as she comes back and Sarah comes back, one of the questions I want Farida and Sarah to address from Farida's story, this issue of our young people feeling that somebody owes them. When I look at Farida, she's not waiting for somebody to give her anything. So Farida, what are your thoughts about this situation where today we finish university and we form unemployed graduates associations? What is your take on this, and what is your message for our young people?
Thank you. In the first place, let me just tell our young people that nobody owes you anything. You don't deserve to have an iPhone or a car just because you have finished university. If you are able to get one, glory be to God. By the end of the day, it is not your right. I did not own my first mobile phone until I was able to afford to buy a mobile phone myself. I did not get my first car until my salary was high enough for me to get a bank loan to be able to buy the car. And that is how I have lived my life. So this sense of entitlement that our young people have, I really don't understand where they get it from, because we are all in the same country. We all know the struggles that you go through. We all know the hardship that we go through in this country. So why should you, by the mere fact that you are Generation Z or you are a millennial or whatever you are, feel that you have certain rights? You don't have any rights. You are just like anybody else. So please work hard for what you want, and believe me, you get a sense of accomplishment when you are holding that phone or you're holding that piece of land or you're driving that car and you know that yes, it's my heart that purchased that item.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll give it back to Sarah to continue the interaction, and there may be a few questions so that she can answer them for us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sam, for facilitating that for us. Farida, there was one other question saying that you did talk about your mom a lot. So what was the part that your daddy played in helping you out during this situation or this condition?
You know, back then, fathers were not really involved in the lives of their children. They were more of the breadwinners. So that was it. I mean, he worked hard so that my mother could stay at home and have the time to look after me. So that is it. But as children, we tend to relate more to the person who is with you 24/7 rather than the one who you see occasionally. But as you go older, you realize the role that you appreciate the role that other parent played in your life.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, that's wonderful. So he was really the breadwinner. He provided the financial support for the family. Okay, so everybody stayed in their lane. That's exactly what you're telling us. Playing always to their strengths. So that's.
But these days, I'm happy the way fathers are becoming more involved in the lives of their children. They are taking an interest in what they are doing. They are even sometimes I've been more interested than the mothers, and I'm like, wow, that is really interesting. Yeah.
So depending on the times have really changed, and men are taking more responsibility in the home. So talking about that, what do you? What is your view about women? How we really help society? How can we harness the way that women contribute to the society back then and now? How do you see us moving forward?
I mean, let's be honest. Our godmothers and were the breadwinners in most situations, and they were entrepreneurs. It's just that back then we did not have a fancy term for it. But I mean, what they had to do in the market, their ability to do mental arithmetic and do all those complex calculations without calculators. I mean, most of us will not be able to do that today. So they were actually math geniuses, the entrepreneurs, and they were very hardworking. And according to history, they were the ones who were financing Kwame Nkrumah back then. So I think we just have to realize that look, it's nothing new. Women have always needed. It's just that society hasn't recognized our contribution. And these days, luckily, there are all these organizations and things promoting leadership, women leadership and all. But I think it's about time we as women, you remember the hard work that our grandmothers and great grandmothers did, and realize that look, we are their descendants, and we have no excuse not to be successful.
Awesome. So learning from history also helps. Leadership has always been a part of our culture, and I'll just use the Ghanaian word that says "sankofa." We need to remind ourselves that this is still part of our culture, and these are still part of our values. Things that are good, we have to keep those. Okay, great. Farida, I am going to do something that you don't like, but here we are. I know you have won several awards. I will just list them. One is the winner of Legacy and Legacy Maiden Ideas Award in 2011. You were winner of the Government of Ghana's National Youth Achievers Award, Special Award 2012. National Youth Achiever Award 2012. Winner of Most Influential Women in Business and Government in Africa, CEO Magazine South Africa in 2013. Glitz Africa Women of the Year Award, Trailblazer of the Year 2016. Alliance Beyond Boundaries Award 2017. Africa Youth Awards 2018. Women in STEM 2020, and yet more to come. You know, audience, Farida is a very humble person, and she doesn't even want us to read out all these awards. But I felt that you should know that someone who is disabled continues to amass all these awards year in and year out. And we that are able, what are we doing? So Farida, my question to you is, which of these awards is really dear to your heart? I know they are all very important, but just take one and talk to us about that.
So, as you said, I mean, all the awards I've gotten, I really appreciate it. And for me, I still don't understand why I get this award, because all I'm doing is living my life. But the one that stands out for me is the CEO Magazine one, because they had no idea that I had a disability when they gave it to me. And that for me is like, so I was awarded based on my output, not because of a condition that I had nothing that I have no control over. So and I think for those of us with disabilities, that is all we want. We want a level playing field so that we can compete equitably. We do not want special favors or anything. We just want a level playing field.
Thank you, Farida. And definitely, you are a role model when it comes to that. Conquering challenge after challenge, just like Nana did mention to us, you said, and what I find powerful is the fact that you said, I am just living my own life. So brighten in the corner where you are. Show your skills, show your leadership skills, live your life fully, and you will be recognized instead of just running after awards. Okay. Wonderful. Farida, could you talk to us a little bit about education in our country? How do you see it now? What can we improve? And how can we make it more relevant to the type of environment that we find ourselves in?
When it comes to education, I mean, I always say that there's a huge gap between what the universities and the tertiary institutions are churning out and what those of us in the business community need. So what happens is when we employ a fresh graduate, we have to spend about 9 months or so training the person before the person can become productive and work efficiently. And most of the time, we just basic skill training, like how to do a PowerPoint, how to send an email correctly, and all that. So I always say that, look, I think the educational sector should come to us and find out from us, what do you need? What skills should we add to our curriculum so that when graduates finish the educational institution, they can come into the corporate world and work from the start goal. Beyond that, it's about time as a country, as a continent, we define what our goals are, what our developmental goals are, and channel our educational system to training the youth in those developmental goals. So if, let's say, our developmental goals is to have a huge farming community and to produce, I don't know, tons and tons of farming produce, then obviously we have to set up more agricultural schools. We have to encourage youth to go to the agricultural sector and all. But if we are just going as and when without having a definite plan, what's going to happen is that people will go to university, learn some obscure courses, then come and have to do a course totally work in a field totally different from what they learned. And 90% of the people in the university do that. I mean, you see people using psychology and sociology. Then before you know, they are working in the bank.
So making education relevant to our setting is really key. Farida, thank you for that. And with that, Farida, what I will say, I'll just give a quick summary. You have shown us that self-leadership is really important. Values are really important. When you are faced with challenges, you find solutions. And at every point in your life, we have seen you looking for solutions, building upon your strength, and then not waiting for anyone even to tell your story, but you keep telling your story, living out your life on your own terms, living your life. And if it brings awards to you, you welcome it. Thank you very much, Farida. What I would like our audience to do is now to interact a little bit with Farida before she gives her closing remarks. Audience, we have the floor open. Send in your comments now, so Farida will be able to interact with you.
I've seen some of the comments.
Okay.
Does Farida have any recommendations on how to make past people disability friendly? Yes. In the first place, what kind of friendliness are you talking about? Are you talking about physical or what? Because I always say that beyond a problem that we have is we lump all disabilities together. So you have to differentiate what kind of disabilities your high school can take and work towards making it friendly. So obviously, if you are looking at children with physical disabilities, then of course the normal ramps, the disabled toilets, and things like that will make it easier for that child. Making sure the dormitory or whatever is accessible. All those things can help make things easier for the child. I mean, when I went to the UK, and I was able to live on my own for the first time in my life. Why? Because all the facilities were there. I was given a motorized wheelchair, which helped me go around the campus without struggling with all. My flat was a disabled flat. The bathroom and everything was accessible. I mean, even the fridges and the cookers and all that stuff were at wheelchair level. So those are the little things that you can do to make things accessible. accessible for children with disabilities to come to school.
Okay, I am not seeing the questions. Yes, I cannot see the questions. I don't know why on my screen.
No,
I only see. Okay, so now I see Susie Pops who says, so the bigger question is, why do we make it so difficult to work with ourselves? A reason why sometimes you get more value out of expatriate collaborations than local collaborations. It's a comment.
I think it's more of our attitude towards what we have in our country. Because I mean, we always say that outside Ghanaians are the most hardworking people. But in Ghana, we are not half as hardworking as we are when we are outside Ghana. So it's about time we change our perspective and realize that look, we have to grow our country. I mean, look at all the racism and things that is happening in the US or the UK and other countries. Why wouldn't you want to be here where you will not be judged by the color of your skin? So it's about time that we made our country good enough. Got rid of all the things that turn people to go there and get killed and maimed because of the color of their skin. So that they will stay here and live a happy life.
That's beautiful. Great. Thank you. Let's see if there are any other questions that will come up. I still see Susie's question. Now I see Romeo Fredson says, I can't agree less than that our educational goals do not always meet the business needs. Yeah, so Romeo is really agreeing with what you said. And then Gilbert says, don't we think financial challenge influences the way some parents react with situations like this? I guess what he meant with the condition of disability. Don't you think financial challenges?
I agree to an extent that, I mean, obviously, if you're financially better off than others, things are easier. But I think that the attitude is the most fundamental thing, because I've heard stories of people who are rich, who have children with disabilities, who lock them up in the room. So in that case, you cannot say finances play the role, because they had the money, they had the resources to be able to educate the child. But because of the stigma of having a disabled child, they lock the child up in the room. And up to now, there are still stories about children who are taken to the roadside or taken to the river and left there to die just because they have a disability. And these are well-to-do parents as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're quite right in that. Okay, let's see, Romeo. Farida, on the same issue of education, what is your take on entrepreneurship skills?
I don't really understand the question.
He says, on the same issue of education, what is your take on the entrepreneurship skills?
So does he asking whether we should teach entrepreneurship skills, or whether we are teaching the right entrepreneurship skills, or what? I mean, what is the question?
Yeah, take it both ways. I think let's see what we can teach on entrepreneurship, and then
okay. Yes, so with regard to entrepreneurship, the first thing that I'll say is that entrepreneurship is not for everybody. It's a very difficult journey, and if you're not that inclined, do not force it. If you have a good job and you're happy with the job, so don't let people pressure you into entrepreneurship. I don't think you are unambitious just because you don't want to start your own company. I also always say that, look, if everybody is become an entrepreneur, who will work on entrepreneurs? So everybody should know where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, And perfectly all right if you want to spend your whole life working for someone. There's nothing wrong with it. As I said, I got dragged into this entrepreneurship journey, kicking and screaming, literally. But yeah.
Yeah, so you were a reluctant entrepreneur, but you are doing so well at it. You're doing so well at it. Okay, so let's see the other questions that are coming up. Okay, this question we have already answered. Alfred, Farida, do you have a dream of becoming the first female president, president in Ghana?
No, we are very difficult people to nothing produce that. So no, I don't want that headache.
Okay, so Alfred, you have your answer. Okay, Farida doesn't want to go into politics. She will still be an advocate, pushing people in the right direction. Okay, let's see the next question. Nothing is coming up for me now. Romeo. Okay, this one we have already answered. Such an inspiring personality. You are a blessing. That is a comment. Okay. The questions are taking long in coming. IT, can you help me here? Okay, Romeo again saying he's really inspired, and thanks to you, Farida. I'm really inspired. Thank you, Farida. Farida, are you seeing any questions on your side other than what I am seeing here?
So there's one from His Literacy, how do we build value-based leadership for non-profit organization where it is not based on money or profit? I mean, how do we identify complementary partners for our businesses or NGOs? So honestly, when it comes to soliciting for money, I'm very bad at it. I cannot.
Okay.
So, but I think there are, and it's very difficult to get funding for anything to do with disability because most corporate brands do not want their brand associated with disability because of the stigma, because of the so-called stigma attached to it. So it's been very difficult getting funding for that.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Nana says, Farida, have you ever felt sorry for yourself, or have you always been content?
Well, I wouldn't be human if I don't say that once in a while I do get depressed. I mean, depression, sadness is a part of life, regardless of whether you have a disability or not. But I always say that I give myself a time limit. After 3 hours, I have to snap out of it because it's not solving any problem. It's not making any impact or anything. So after 3 hours of mourning and feeling sorry for yourself and saying why you were not, you snap out of it and you move on with life.
Great. So this is a good strategy for all of us, which I have adopted. I used to feel sorry for myself for 1 hour, but Farida has given me the permission to feel sorry for myself for 3 hours. So that's the new rule. 3 hours, you can cry your heart out, and then afterwards you move on. Thank you, Farida, for that. Thank you. So Gilbert says, what do you think can be done? What can be done to, it's gone off. What can be done to increase the awareness of children being maltreated because of their disabilities?
I think I throw the question back to Gilbert. What do you think can be done? Because I mean, I always say that look, I'm tired of talking about this. A lot of people have heard me. It's about time they spread the message about. It's not just my responsibility. it is everybody's responsibility as a society to make sure that these children are protected. It can happen to your child, it can happen to anybody else's child, it can happen to you. Disability does not discriminate. So and I always say that like I would not say I'm amused, but I find it's interesting the way people who before had no concern about disability issues suddenly, when their child had a disability, they start running around looking for solutions, looking for resources. And I'm like, this is what we have been going through for the past how many years? If those resources were there, don't you think you would have been able to access it? So don't wait till it becomes your problem before you take an interest in it. It's everybody's problem. It can happen to you today, it can happen to your mother, it can happen to your child. So make sure that you do what you can for society. So that if it happens to you, you are able to survive in the society that you have helped build.
Excellent, excellent advice. This is so empowering. Don't wait until you are faced with these crises before you wake up to help. And actually, this is a great way for us to bring in Nana now to do the wrap up for us with the lessons that he has taken down to share with all of us. Farida, this is really great. So whilst Nana comes up, I'll just request you to prepare your closing remarks before we say bye-bye to our audience. We have 13 more minutes. So I'll ask Nana and Sakwao to come onto the call right now. He's here with us. Nana, over to you.
Your mic is up.
Nana, you are on mute? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm back on that. Thank you. First of all, I want to say, big thank you to Farida for accepting to open up so that we all, pick something and, improve our lives with it. And I think especially now that we are in a social crisis, we need more of this. Sam, I also want to thank you for choosing a very special guest, because it's very critical at a time like this. And you yourself asked the question about the sense of entitlement of the youth, that they think that once they are born, they must have it. If you look at the new trend of insults, the slightest disagreement, it goes to insult. Nobody wants to push hard. And so I think you brought the perfect guest, really perfect guest, that tells us that we have no excuse. Unless you are 6 feet under, you have no excuse. And, I have listened with keen interest from birth to incubator to physiotherapy. I mean, it's like on a weekly, monthly basis, Farida is faced with a new challenge. And then there's a different strategy to jump over that hurdle. And then the next challenge is right up there in front of you. And today, she's jumped over so many hurdles. She's credible and worthy enough to come on this world stage to share with us. So I'm hoping that the young ones who tuned in today will not look at it as just one of those speeches, but really, really enrich your lives with it. Again, Farida said that, she earned her mobile phone and she earned her car, and there's fulfillment in it. Believe you me, the sense of fulfillment you get from that. Even if you bought an iPhone half yourself, it's sometimes better than somebody buy you an iPhone 100. Try it, And so to sum it up, Sam, thank you. And I just hope that the youth of today will pay attention. In terms of leadership, I said it's a textbook case. Maybe we have to print it out, and before anybody assumes any role in leadership, i.e. church, mosque, political leadership, you just go through this and see that, listen, challenges are there, challenges are coming, and in spite, you will have to jump it. You don't have to stand in front of the hurdle and give excuses. All throughout the speech, I never heard Farida give one excuse that, there were no disabled assets in school, so I discontinued my education. or the work environment was not conducive, so I stayed home. Everything she said, she found another route to solve it. And that is leadership. You will never assume leadership and you'll be served on a silver platter. You'll be unappreciated. You have to find a way to do it. There will be difficult times. There will be financial difficulties, everything. And you need to find a way to solve it so that you'll be credible enough to come to on Live to Lead. You don't come on Live to Lead with excuses. Sam, on that note, let me sum it up here. I think previously I said about everything, but again, let me reinstate about the spirit of advocacy. The spirit of advocacy, that no matter where you find yourself, you must be able to reach out and help. It can't be that we grow up as a nation, as a people, and when our neighbor is in trouble, it takes somebody from the West to come and help, and then we just report it. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Nana. Sam, you're on mute.
All right. Nana, thank you so much. And Farida, thank you so much. And Sarah, thank you for those very leading questions that has brought the best out of Farida and the greatest lessons all of us can learn. I just, one of the things Farida said, which for me sticks with me so much is, we should not be afraid of rejection. She's going to look for a job and a lot of us are just afraid. We said no first time and therefore, we give up. Guys, let us not give up. We cannot give up on ourselves. We cannot give up on Ghana. We cannot give up on Africa. A lot of us seem to have given up on ourselves. We've given up on Africa. We've given up on Ghana. And we think that, we cannot. A lot of our young people who are crossing the Atlantic to go to the other side and suffering and dying is because we have given up. Let us take this story from Farida and let us not give up. Now, as we come to basically the end of this session before as Farida comes in to give us her closing remarks, and Sarah will pick through the questions if there are any new questions before she closes. I just want to say that there were a few people who were having challenges, either internet locally or some access. We're going to have this recording shared to all of you who are participants so that you can take your time. So that's the first thing. We're going to share this link out quickly so that those who were not able to connect on this first part will be able to catch up. Number two, the whole of the recording and the whole day's event is going to be available on your portal for 5 days. So you're going to have this available in your portal for 5 days, so you can always come back to it and pick out the lessons there. And number three announcement is that we are going to break out in a few minutes, and we will join Atlanta at 1 o'clock. It will be very good for you to come online earlier. If you connect like 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and you're having challenges, it is easy for us to help you. And there's so many people who are joining in the middle of this and trying to get help. Unfortunately, when you come in at that time, we will try to help you, but you miss out a lot. So we don't want you to miss out anything on the coming sessions. We want you to pay attention. The next session, you will go onto the live stage, the Simoka session, and you would follow the Atlanta session. After that, you come back to the breakout session, and then we're going to have some interaction on the lessons we learned from the Atlanta session with Uncle Obo White, sharing his thoughts with us on some of the lessons and giving us the closing remarks. So we want to thank all of you for making the time. And now I give it back to Sarah and Farida to do us the honors by closing comments and questions and remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam, for the guidance as to how we're going to spend the rest of the day. Farida? Thank you so much for spending the time with us. We know you are a busy woman, but yet still you find the time to be with us, and we have learned so much from you. I will like to focus a little bit on your mom, my takeaway, in the sense that your mom really homeschooled you. Right now, in this present crisis that we have, most parents have been forced to become teachers to homeschool their children. Farida's mother led the way. And what I picked out is she homeschooled Farida most of the time. And by the age of 18, Farida was already working. So my question to us now is homeschool the new way as leaders so that we can get our children working at an early age instead of waiting for them to go through over 20-something years before they work. Food for thought. Farida, thank you so much for giving us these lessons about self-leadership, and I would like you to give your concluding remarks to our audience. So over to you, Farida.
Thank you. What I like to say is that I think I've basically said everything, but it's about time we realize that we need to rise up as a country and as a continent, because we are being underutilized. We are underutilizing our skill set. We are underutilizing our experiences, and we have to find a way of getting this our beloved country and our beloved continent to the place where it deserves to be. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of listening to bad news from Africa and all that. And another thing that I would like to encourage us to tell our own stories, because I always like this proverb that until a lion learns how to write the story, the story will always favor the hunter. So let's learn how to write our story. Let's report our own story from our own perception, from our own perspective. Let's have our own equivalent of BBC or CNN or whatever, so that we talk about what is really happening on the continent. And we don't wait for the West to tell us what is happening in our neighboring countries.
Awesome. That is so beautiful, Farida. So Farida says we should not wait for people to change our world for us. We are the change makers ourselves. And on that note, I'll say a big thank you to all of you and wishing you bon appetit, and see you at 1 o'clock Ghana time, 3 o'clock European time. And please look at wherever you're calling in from as to what your time will be when we join Atlanta. It's 9 o'clock Eastern time US. So look at your time zone. And as Sam said, try to be there, let's say 15 minutes before time, so that if you do have challenges, we'll be able to connect you effectively. So thank you again for joining us for the segment for the Accra 2020 Live2Lead. It's been such a pleasure having Farida, and I say, Farida, thank you. And I'm looking forward to meeting you in person, not virtually. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you, Farida, and thank you, everybody. And I just love that last story, a last proverb. And it is Nana Nsakwa's favorite proverb also. Until the lions tell their story, the story will always favor the hunter. I had a lecturer who said, if you had a horn and you don't blow it, who will blow it for you? Let us tell our own story and let us gather again. We are going to send a link to your emails and onto the WhatsApp groups that we have created. So please look out for it. And thank you, everybody. Take care of yourself and see you soon. Bye-bye. Bye.
Step into leadership.
People say, well, John, how did you get there? Never entered my mind that I would get here. Every day I just tried to add value to people.
But I never ever once thought, how do I get to a higher level? I cared, I leaned in, I listened.
Every single one of you has an opportunity to learn and grow. Everything's motion. Think about your movement through life. Sign up for life.
Can you keep showing up because you are pursuing something greater than your own self?
A good leader can help someone get better at their job, but a great leader can help someone get better at their life.
Even if you're a gatekeeper, that's your leadership. And wherever you are, I say that let your presence be felt and let your absence be noticed.
If we're going to follow you, it's because we believe that you can see a brighter future.
I don't promise you it will be easy, but I do promise you it will be worthwhile.
step into leadership. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever experienced something so wonderful that you just wish that you could involve more of your friends into that experience? Well, Live2Lead is a life changer when it comes to helping you and your team develop your leadership skills and better afford to help and add value to the people of your community. And what's exciting is, I know how good it is, and this year for the very first time we're going virtual. What does that mean? That means thousands of people who could not maybe attend the live event are now, through the comfort of their own home on their computer, going to be able to participate and have a ticket and be part of the Live2Lead conference. You do not want to miss this.
We're inviting you to learn from a few intentional people that I've invited to share the stage.
Steve Harvey, Kat Cole, Alan Mulally, Farida Bedway, Alfred Baku, Craig Groeschel.
They will all be joining me, and let me tell you why I picked these people. This is not a time for an L2L just to have just people who can speak well. We have to have leaders who model how to overcome adversity well and will help you throughout this.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, welcome back. This has been an incredible day of learning, and we want to thank all of you. I know that some people are making the switch to the live breakout. We seem to have taken too longer than we anticipated at the live event. So we want to welcome everybody back to the breakout session, which we will try to be snappy, short, and simple, straightforward, because we have stayed so long. But there's a lot of lessons we have learned, and we wanted this short session to just share the takeaways, but more importantly, to also get Uncle Ebo White to give us a short perspective and closing remarks. So you can put your takeaways in the comment box. And if you have any questions regarding the future and so on, and what you can do to join the transformation agenda, you are welcome to ask, and we will give you some clarification. So we're going to spend not more than 15 minutes here because we spent so much time already. So I don't know if Uncle Ebo is already connected.
Someone.
Uncle, we're really sorry for taking your whole day and keeping you waiting so long.
Don't apologize. It has been a blessing. It's been a blessing listening to all those wonderful people God is using in our time.
Thank you so very much. So Uncle Ebo, you're very welcome. I hope you had some time to catch up on some of the presentation, at least.
Oh, I did, yes.
Yes. All right. So we just wanted to you to share a few perspectives on some of the things you heard and the whole idea of transformation, and whether what your thoughts are. How can we, in our small world, also in Ghana, in our different corners, help to make this transformation happen? Because it's not only in America that we have issues in leadership. We have our own problems with our social values, and we have our own troubles with our society. When things are really going down, the values are thrown out of the window, and we need some injection of some mission and some movement into this system to be able to move it forward. So we would like to have your take on some of those things. So if you share some of your takeaway with us and your perspective going forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Samuel, and thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this, which I have been for the last 3 years or so. Good evening to everybody. Some time ago, I was hosted by a TV station, and during the lockdown, the coronavirus lockdown, and one of the questions they threw at me is, wouldn't this be the most difficult time for our leaders? And don't you pity them for the fact that they are saddled with this difficult thing for which nobody seems to have a solution? And I said, no. Instead, no leader is pitying himself at this time. Every leader lives for times like this. Every leader looks forward to times like this, because that is when the real value of leadership comes to play. And it's because leaders shine when they see, they feel small in the face of the problems that confront them. If a leader feels equal to the problem, he's not a leader, and he's in the wrong place. He's overgrown that particular role. But leaders shine when they are confronted with a situation that is bigger than them, and that seems that dwarfs them. Because this coronavirus, nobody anticipated it. Nobody has solutions to it. 2, leaders shine when they can use all their strength. I define all their strength as when they can fall on anything they can use to find solutions to it. Not just what they are capable of coming up with, but what they can tap into. Using the resources, as Alan said, being a people's person and inviting everybody to come on board. That is a leader using all his strength. 3, leaders shine when people don't know what to do and they are looking for solutions. Leaders look forward to that situation, because that is when we all yield to the leader. Because if we could find solutions, you are not useful to us. It is when the people don't have any solutions that they look for leaders, and that is when leaders shine. 4, leaders shine when the issues confronting them and the issues of the day are life and death issues. When these are not small issues, these are big issues that if we don't find solutions to, the result will be catastrophic. That is when leaders shine. 5, leaders shine when they can fall on the hand that holds the world. Because that is a beautiful place to be. That is a good place to be, when you can fall on the hand that holds the world. When you realize that human schemes have their limitation. And that is what coronavirus has done for all of us. It's shown us that, hey, there's something bigger than all of us. But leaders know where to go to access that power. And 6, leaders shine when they believe the problems are not meant to destroy us. So the ordinary person confronts situations and they throw their hands up, and sometimes they think that, oh, poor us, poor us. Leaders see problems and they realize, oh, you know something, this problem is here to show me something, to take us to the next level, to show us how much love there is out there for all of us, how much resources we can tap into, how powerful the hand of God is. Leaders thrive on that when they believe that the problems are not meant to destroy us. And coronavirus is not meant to destroy us. And 7, leaders shine when they don't give up or become discouraged. That is when leaders shine, when no matter what the odds are, they know at the end of the day, it's about God, it is not about us. So the question is, having listened to all this, having been blessed with all these wonderful insights and experiences, are you the kind of leader who can echo the words of John Maxwell? I was made for this. And I think that is what we should all go home with. Don't ask for it to be easy. This is our time. I was made for this. I was made for a time when we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. I am made for this. Because why? Because I can go to the God who holds the world and say, it's about you, not about us. And then become the extension of his hand, become the hands, the eyes, and the ears of God, and then we can do wonderful things for Ghana. Don't give up on Ghana. Don't give up on yourself. Don't underestimate what God can use you to do to transform this generation. Yes, we need a movement. Oh, Ghana needs a movement. A movement, and trust me, because of the destiny of Ghana, whatever movement starts in Ghana will affect the whole of Africa and go on to affect the whole of the world. Are you going to be part of that movement? I pray you would be. I am there already. Join me and join Samuel and join all the others at Live2Lead, and let's move this, take this to the next level. Samuel, that's my presentation. And once again, I'd like to thank you. Everyone, please stay safe. Trust God. Don't give up. These are some of the most fantastic times to be alive, and I am happy to be alive. I am happy to be having problems to solve at this time, because then I can see how powerful God is. I can see another dimension of God, and I can't wait to see how God comes through for all of us. God bless you. I can hear you.
Sam, you're on mute.
Okay.
Sam,
thank you very much, Uncle Ebo, for those thoughts. And your thoughts actually amplify what Goldfields Ghana actually have been standing for. And when we share the concept of transformational leadership and began this very small, Goldfields Ghana saw the vision, they saw the mission, and they were prepared to partner with us. Actually, we want to thank Goldfields Ghana absolutely for taking on. We at the Center for Transformational Leadership are determined. We think we are created for this. Our byline is here to make a difference. And as I said in the morning, we have committed ourselves and we are launching our transformation for training 1 million young leaders in Africa in the next 10 years. And this is a heavy task. Like John said, we don't know how we are going to do it, but we know that it has to be done. We don't know if we're going to win, but we know it is a task that has to be done. So we are inviting all of you in the days ahead. And as we have started on our leadership platform, weekly leadership platform forums, we are going to invite all of you to join us at the Center for Transformational Leadership as we begin to roll out the transformation of our country and of our continent to be better than we think. We thank you so much. I'm trying to monitor to see if there are any comments from any of our members. Sarah, I don't see any comments yet. I only see from Ms. Marcella, great presentations. Sarah, what will be your last words to our participants?
Yeah. Actually, before I say anything to the participants, I would like to express our profound thanks to Goldfields for really being behind us all this while for the past 3-4 years. We want to say a big thank you to them. We wouldn't have been able to do this without their support. So Goldfields, our thanks to you. And participants, this is great having all of you here. We thank you for showing up, for participating actively, and we look forward to join hands with you as we transform our nation. As Sam is saying, every Saturday, except for tomorrow, we will be on the leadership platform. We'll be organizing also roundtables, which we will on values, which we will send out invitations to in due course. So thank you for having all of you. It's been great today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And for all of you who attended, I just want you to know that we had over 300 people on our host site. We had groups of students in the University of Ghana, University of Cape Coast, who are going to have their grouping tomorrow. We have groups of students in KNUST who are also listening, who also participated. We have students in UMAT. We have over 100 students join us. We had I Hope College at Gomoafete. The college students had 2 groups of students, over 100 students of them who participated. We know that Accra girls had permission from Ghana Education Service to have, because of COVID, 5 different sessions, groups of students who all participated in Live2Lead today. We thank Goldfields once again, because Goldfields provided us with the fuel, with the support, the communication and the publication that we were able to make. They also graciously paid, over 100 tickets to enable us bring all these students and schools on board. So we want to thank them. We also want to thank the corporates that join us. EcoBank Ghana has been with us for 4 years. Every year, EcoBank Ghana sponsors people to join. This year we had Absa Bank, and they did incredibly, sponsoring over 60 people to join Live2Lead. We had Enterprise Insurance, they join us. We had Heritage Christian College, they join us. We had Hope, Village of Hope, an orphanage that has participated in Live2Lead every year for the 4th year running. We had several other institutions who graciously sponsors their teams to join, and we're encouraging other corporate bodies to join Live2Lead. We thank you very much, and as we said, the main session took too much, more time than we expected, but we are made for this, and we have a mission to fulfill, and we invite all of you to join hands with us. We can make the difference, we can change our own world, and little by little, we will tell our story and write our story. And the next generation is going to look back on us and say, this is where it started. And I was in the room, I was part of the movement, and we invite all of you to join us. This Saturday, the leadership platform is off for most of you who have been joining because of the timing. So tomorrow we'll not have the leadership platform. But next week, we are back on the leadership platform. Next week, Saturday, and every Saturday at 7 p.m., let's come and have discussions around transforming our world. We want to thank you, and Uncle Lebo, thank you very much for making the time to be with us. We thank Nana Ansakwa, who was with us in the morning. We thank Farida Bedwe, who was with us in the morning and gave us very, very insightful leadership and personal life stories about from her own life. We also want to thank our team. I want to thank Priscilla, Pobi, all the creatives that you see, the beautiful artworks and the flyers were designed by her. I want to thank Isaac Estienne, who managed all our social media for us. He's a strong tower pushing us, coming up with ideas on what we can do to improve. And I want to thank Kofi, who has been a great support at the technology. And we thank you very much, Kofi, for supporting all the platforms that have gone successfully, the internet, and liaising with the John Maxwell team in Atlanta. Thank you very much. Also, Hawa, for supporting us on the admin side. We thank you so much for your contribution. We want to thank Victor, who has been our homekeeper, taking care of all the facilities and resources here. And we want to thank all our families who gave us all the time to be able to work on this. And finally, but not the least, I want to thank Sarah for choosing to partner with the Center for Transformational Leadership, joining us every weekend from Geneva and joining us also today from Geneva. I want to thank everybody who has been a part of this, and may God richly bless you as you go. Remember, transformation begins with me. That should be our slogan, and all of us are called on board. Thank you very much, and God richly bless you. Good.
Step into leadership. People say, well, John, how did you get there? Never entered my mind that I would get here. Every day I just tried to add value to people.
But I never ever once thought, how do I get to a higher level? I cared, I leaned in, I listened.
Every single one of you has an opportunity to learn and grow. Everything's motion. Think about your movement through life. Sign up for life.
Can you keep showing up because you are pursuing something greater than your own self?
A good leader can help someone get better at their job, but a great leader can help someone get better at their life.
Even if you're a gatekeeper, that's your leadership. And wherever you are, I say that let your presence be felt and let your absence be noticed.
If we're going to follow you, it's because we believe that you can see a brighter future.
I don't promise you it will be easy, but I do promise you it will be worthwhile.